Hello, welcome. Tonight we're doing more 14 Final Fantasy MSQ endwalker, and yeah, let's get right to it. The Aetheryte. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, not to the ground or other isles. For that, you need teleporters, and permission. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears and tails of a beast. I assume you are familiar like Metion. Is there something you need? This is Yo. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subject to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects that may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addiction to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hopes of making the star a better place. So heed your master well and be good, do you hear? We will, Memon. We will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Where did you come from? Be vague about it. Then I possibly don't know it. I don't know much about other places. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation, not one being watched, then I'll explain my power. The desire to learn is a good thing. I wish you well in your endeavors, my dear familiar. Let's find a creation, not one being watched, then I'll explain my power. Already talked there. Sparragans. What are sparragans? Oh no, we call them Oreo. If there's many, if it's just one, we say Oreos. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals and Hermes has to run after them. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I see. I can't read it, or maybe there's nothing to read. Wait, please wait, I'll try again with you this time. Greetings, can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind, rather you are converting my emotions into words and intention, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet, though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I to be your wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Haha, good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Fighting. Oh, fighting. This must mean you're strong. Hermes said Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see Uante next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Let's go find. Yep. Well, if it isn't Metrion, I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, Anthony. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with you. Oh, candied apple? Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat metion. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one of Hermes soon. For Hermes soon, I promise. Oh, I'm sorry, yo. I wanted to show you my favorite thing, then I could ask about yours, but I failed. Oh, that's what you like, yes. Yes, I can feel it, your joy and happiness. And it makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, yo. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? I hope Hermes isn't sad anymore. Between you and me, Hermes' eating habits are atrocious. We may not be relying upon food to the extent that our smaller creations are, but our diets are eventually catch up with us. If we don't consume the requisite balance of nutrients, we grow weak and lethargic. Yet Hermes consumes candies, apples as if they were a staple. Ah, excellent timing. 'Twas a refreshing constitutional, I hope. What? Back already? Pity. A bit longer and we might have snuck away without you. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Metion good. You wanted to learn about you and Elpis, so I taught her. About this place, about my power, about my favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate your keeping Metion company. While you were away, I was finished speaking with our guests. Finished, hardly. He requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emexelk and Hytholdalus will accompany me as I attend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that she is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Leon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind to see the joy her presence brings Metreon. I cannot imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Yo is kind, really, truly. She taught me as much as I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. This time we all get to go for a walk. Isn't it exciting? Though I see new creations on a daily basis, here they look at them with a different eye. It will be interesting to observe Hermes at work. It is held that all civil organizations should conduct their affairs with total transparency, and the congregation is no exception. But that doesn't mean we are obliged to show our work to unknown entities such as you. Consider yourself privileged and behave accordingly. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward embryostoma. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. My role here, I specialize in the observation of flora. Some of the larger species, such as trees and so forth, continue to grow over the course of many centuries, which requires a great deal of patience on my part. Thankfully, I'm quite content to spend my days in these idyllic surrounds. Well, if it isn't Metreon's friends, your learnings is coming along well, I trust. So beautiful, Petaluda. I hope they make it into the world. Ah yes, the Lanthing Petaluda, one of the newest species of the ever-popular butterfly. You're still bothered about your robe? Don't be. The few specimens we repurpose won't be missed. All vim and vigor now. When we were discussing his nomination, he was melancholy incarnate. This here is a new species of Pataluda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it unto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It is the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. Have you received report that arcane entities have gathered there? Interesting. You're interesting too. Tell me, how did you find the ambystoma? A fascinating creation, much like yourself, little one. Renowned as Hermes is for his flying life forms, 'tis a rare privilege to be able to see one of his works in progress. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with the Metion. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his proudness as a researcher and creator both. These things. Ah yes, lightning for Pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Fumna here to replenish their aether. It appears Metion is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Pneuma? By using this lightning converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball, a veritable feast of our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. All that for nothing. Didn't do it for nothing. Perfectly done, yo. Look. So how they gather to feed, how they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity such as the Fumna, or an inferior life form such as the Patulata, all seek to perpetuate their existence to survive. A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of Architects to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hypothalamus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Real quick, let me check something. Okay. I'll get the Aether Currents after all this. I'm too interested in the story. This fellow has been the talk of the Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that this random assortment of features? That is this random assortment of features? I love those things. It is adorable, but beware its sneeze. Hermes went flying once.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Yes. Pick one.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Oh. Okay.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait! A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteor?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it.
Oh.
However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay, I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Never before have I heard of Dynamis or Entelexes. I can only assume that Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. All appears to be well. This shouldn't take long. Entelexes or no, we are friends in thinness. Not that I care for anyone else able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy, and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the celestial. He would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't understand his hesitation. Why did you join? Oh, you wish to know why MXL was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. What now? I want to learn about the convocation. If you would accompany us, I suppose you should at least know that much. The Convocation of 14 is a governing body that determines myriad policies. Our goal is to ensure that all is right in creation, that our star may know a brighter future. As the name suggests, the Council is comprised of 14 offices, each of which is held by an individual chosen for their surpassing abilities. Depending on the office, one is required to either be an authority in a certain field, or possess skills that would facilitate the performance of their stipulated duties. The former category includes Metreon, specialist in aquatic life, Logrith, specialist in terrestrial life, and husbandry. What a combination. Harmot, specialist in fungal and plant life, Amberloth, specialist in medicine and healing, and La Brea, specialist in creation magics, who has brought forth phantom beings of the highest complexity. As for the latter category, there is Ultima, advocate of the arts, Legurum, champion of the enlightened, and retort, Ashtart, preserver of discipline and order, Emexelk, keeper of the ethereal realm, or underworld in the vernacular, Fandango, pursuer of extant phenomena, and Azam, traveler of the world and counselor to the people. What, should I be revealing such details to you? Don't be silly, even children know this much, and you would do well to remember it all. Then why did you bother me? Honestly, I'm beginning to think you were created for the sole purpose of trying my patience. That is a major lore dump. Okay. I'll tell you the tale when we're away from sensitive ears. Ethically or no, we're friends in thinness. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Palos for my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charbidus. That is what we shall tend to next. If you would follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. I love my work, yet at times such as this my mind wanders. Where might I go? What monuments to man's ingenuity might I see, had I only the time to spare? Losing myself in thought of a fascinating tome is how I set my mind to write. How do you revive your flagging spirits? I rest, but I do not sleep. When you are far away, softer a dreamed island, then our children find and leave. See how the aether of the Lethe returns to the star as it rains down from above. Naught is wasted. Oh, nice. This is cool. Alright. Okay. Yo. I you telling me they made dragons, or... Let's see. Why is this one blue and shiny? Oh, forgive me, I thought another member of the congregation had come. This is turning out to be an eventful day. There is a slight difference in etheric balance between these charred dices. By this, it may be assumed that they aren't the original creations, but their offspring. A serpentine bird, or a winged snake. I understand there's a problem with one of the cherubites. Yes, that's right. As you know, the cherubites is based on a sea creature, owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind. It is capable of flight. Excuse me. The specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly, no matter what we try. We can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such a change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they too are unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the cherubis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind, yet it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming it in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort, it's just that when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Itself, might I trouble you to move that cherubis away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. We must help the cherubims to fly or else they will all die. Such bother when we could simply begin anew, but I shall defer to the chief of overseer. Pythodolus is a man of ideas. I wonder what he has thought of up this time. Where did M itself go? It just disappeared. Oh yeah, he walked away with the serpent. Duh. M itself is out of sight? Good, let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have M itself train the cherubis. Aside from being able to fly and transform, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you describe, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Yo, I want you to go to MXL. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He will be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflaggingly persistent. Off you go, now, and good luck. Wish I had a keyboard. The rest of us will be right behind you. We wouldn't think to miss the fun. Well, are your preparations for this scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Or, I don't know what I thought this is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If I thought that Dolis is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-wary Emmett Self. I really wish I had a keyboard.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree.
I just realized he's the same dude as the dude in Amarat. And the other place. for the original.
If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Hey.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
If I didn't know better, I'd say Emmett Selk is enjoying himself. Not that he ever designed to admit it. Look, yo, look how well the Cherubids flies. It's flying. It's really flying as if it was born to do so. Thank goodness. What I wanted. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you and begins to descend with the cherubids. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the cherubboat has learned to fly. And Yo and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creatures needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The cherub flies. Indeed, with this we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the cherubs is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, and if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I beg you continue observing them, if that is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee that anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. A society of people that can create life with the mass populace not caring about it, about the weight of life. Interesting. Hermes. At least in the development stage. I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let us return to Anagoras for now. Nice, he just went flying. All the creations are happy. That makes me happy too. Now you've seen what I do. Was it everything you were expecting? I thoroughly enjoyed myself at the end most of all. That's not bad armor. But doing these quests right now. That'll be for later. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Being used. I'm tired. Leave me be. Tell me, yo, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The icon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one from the observation than it set upon the nearby occupieds, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somehow provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the occupiers were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Lycaiden that is to blame, their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Thoros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path of the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Thoros is still there, however. Hermes, wait. If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Yeah, I only got one more glamour prison left, so yeah. I can always buy more off stream though. It's heavy. Hermes' pain. The occupant is no easy prey. With its hooves and horns, it was designed to be formidable even on land. Yet they didn't stand a chance against the icon. A fearsome beast is icon. But where is it now? The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. A light, is it Lycon? Icon? Yeah, Lycon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go there. I shall go and seek him out there. Emmett Selk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure Icon did not escape. Lycon, my thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow with Yo. Come on, come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Yep, same dialogue. Where is it now? Deed. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. Come, let's find Doris. He's a man with long blonde hair, I think. What an enchanting familiar. I'll be delighted to assist in your little in your little journey of discovery and personal growth. What do you do here? My role is to maintain the wonders and thus the climate across Elpis. I assure that our very environment meets the needs of our flora, fauna, and staff, of course. Environs representing each part of Aetheris are recreated here in Elpis, that we might gain a robust understanding of our concept's potential. As such, maintaining the appropriate balance region by region is tricky work. but more than worth the effort. The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of auspicious weather after a fashion. Here do we employ the latest spellcraft from Amarat to maintain and adjust the assorted climes through which our creations frolic for test purposes. Naturally, as in any other part of Altus, we also observe and experiment with set concepts, this conversation being perhaps one such experiment. If you were Metion, then I assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doros. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you will find him soon. Don't worry, you're hardly the first one to mistake me for Doros, and you will certainly won't be the last. I have so enjoyed the time I spent with the Alorai. If only all of our creations were so sweet. Once I get back and record today's results, I should finally be able to put that report to bed. Not Doros, his hair is long but the color is wrong. Doros, I think you returned a short while ago. Surrounded by such wonders, one cannot help but envision new concepts, not all of them good, mind you. Have you seen me anything today? Between my observational work and my writing, I've been so busy that I cannot quite recall if I did. So many fascinating creations frolicking about, yet here I am trapped with these climate records. If I don't receive a more stimulating assignment soon, my mind's is like to crumble to dust. Guess it was just the one house. Perhaps shall petition for incorrigible to be added to the list of this concept's innate traits. Not sure what you're looking at. Doros, that's Doros. Well now, if it isn't Metion, what brings you here? Ah, I thought I heard of familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Iconos, I believe. Where are they now? out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Kitsis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It's as he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news that Lycon slaughtered occupants. As the observer in charge, you're of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibited the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos, a memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories, that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Kasharat may want to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act. I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more preposterous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such a routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the like Lycanos have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emixelt may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. We have a duty to the star, this I know, but it doesn't mean we don't also have a responsibility to the lives we bring into existence here. Real quick. To man, other beings are just things to be used. Sorry. To be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Word. Oh. What's left is the hands. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time Metreon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Yo. Loath though I am to impose you, may I leave Metreon in your care again? I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Yo? This meeting will make Hermes sad, and I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. Of all the creations in Elpis, most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. What we feel and want to convey, Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one, and I want you to search with me. Let's start here at the 12 Wonders. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Can I talk to you? Let's search for the 12 Wonders first. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look for flowers. No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine, though. Let's keep looking. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly-shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations. Oh, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, yo, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. You spy nothing promising nearby, at best common-looking grass with some few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah, over there, yo, something big, huge. Come on, let's get closer, but not too close. Are you chill? A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Morgul-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, yo? Would you like it? Would he like it? So not this one either. Finding a good flower, it's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, yo, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Truly. Ah, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? I learned something new recently. The meaning of Philomethus Notos. Notos is south wind person, and Philomethus is his joy. Why is he joyful? Because this place is so beautiful. How nice. Oh, ellipsis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entolates. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then do you have it too, a dark emotion? plagued by doubt and anxiety. I see. Hermes has felt the same, a short list of breaths. The walls closer and closer, but only him. No one else feels it. Please, Yo, won't you lend them to me? Your doubt and anxiety. I want you to make the flowers dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone, that others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it? Thank you, Yo. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment? I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens, know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right!
prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Were you able to get some rest? Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired, or worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. An all too brief interlude, perhaps, but it's time I attend to my next task. As Emexelk and High Thoughtolus are aware, we researched a verdict regarding the fate of the Iconos. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lycanodes would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. I thought Deus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lycons have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Oop. I thought I could for almost a second there. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they came frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, but the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Yo handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Em itself, unneeded though it is. Matron, you're to stay here with Doros. But Hermes, the Iconos must be reverted. I would spare you their pain, and mine. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Never mind my wounds, they are easily healed. It is the Lycones which concern me. Stay here with Hermes, yo. You will need someone when the time comes. Yergitiburant. Love the name. I appreciate your help and lament that it is necessary. There is our quarry within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened. It may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly in full view and draw the icon's attention. Now, I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. A few moments is all I require. Just make sure that you command its attention. Not quite yet. Stand your ground a little longer.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
It has been quite an exciting visit for you thus far. Oh, you weren't injured, were you? Good, good. The other light guns have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal, or ends as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? I don't know what the answer he's searching for, or if it's within our power to give it, but I believe he would make a fine Fandaniel, and that if he rejects us out of hand, we will be the lesser for it. I'm actually gonna do some Aetherite quests now. My, what a familiar essence you have, like that of a familiar, if you are familiar with the concept. Aha. Oh, just my little joke. Yo, was it? I am Oh. Mew. Yes, we're getting to that. Yo, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Aloris. The Alori are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in their environment. At the first sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, by which I mean real loudly. Though we do our best to observe all our creations, Ellipsis is simply too large to maintain a constant visual over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus have I taken this Dolores under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area, and she does enjoy our little walks. This morning we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task is begun and she'll do her utmost to locate destructive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. We can't have beasts running amok. Never fear, she is quite proficient in our language. You need only let her know to begin. Mew. Follow the Aerothorus and try not to fall behind. Mew. The Dolores lures you to nearby creatures that are facing one another down. Looks at you expectantly. Or actually, wait. Oh yeah. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? As expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a bell, too. It's against protocol, I'm afraid. The Elori are enchanted with theirs at birth, so they are able to acclimate properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to. However, in fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Fortunately, that's all I'll see of you for a long time. Right. Sorry. Welcome, friend, to Naganoris. I am Sarkos, and I manage the region under the authority of Chief Hermes, the head overseer of Ellipsis. And you are, oh, how unusual, a soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Are you perhaps here for the purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it, in which case you need only mention my name to Charmion, and she will gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Have you become separated from your guide? Charmian should be around here somewhere. Yes, what can I do for you? Yo, is it? And Overseer Sokos wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I would be more than happy to show you around. It's simply wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told, until quite recently. I was fully engaged in a prolonged research project at the Academia Anyander. Oh, excuse me. Surely there are other more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive, this grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? The task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities to the best of my abilities. After all, it is not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. We can commence the tour this very moment, if you like. Then let us begin. Rather than have me lecture you as we walk along, I think observing firsthand what we do here in Anagoras would prove more beneficial. I will point you in the right direction, and you can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once we've completed a circuit, we can return and speak to the Overseer's Sokos. Not sure who to speak with? Don't be shy. Anyone of my colleagues will happily answer your questions. Chairman. Oh, and who is your friend? Asm's familiar. Why you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. It is my duty to chart the behavior of familiars, and I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world after all, you see. But our research here is given special dispensation once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle or must otherwise coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me, and I am responsible for observing and evaluating their potential capabilities. Oh, but of course, if Asms might grant us permission, you could abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, we really be moving along. Step lively, yo. Still here. Has my request for the full compositional analysis been granted? Okay. Oh. Okay, so it's just the gloves, the hands, and head. Wait, is the head already there? Okay, so the head and the hands. Damn it. Where is it? Where is it? Okay. Who do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your theatrical structure. Yes, I am accompanying Yo here on our tour around Anagoras at the behest of the Overseer. A tour, feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from the larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain, and do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on the other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. While I am sure you are quite capable of defending yourself, no one appreciates a surprise test through the abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. We will proceed with due caution. Cool. Kick some ass. What a name. Hello, Chairman. Was there something? The overseer asked that I give this familiar a tour of the grounds, and I thought the best way to do that was to show her what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, as my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, I hope a brief explanation will suffice. Our creations are made and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. While it comes to watching certain grass grow, one must be prepared to observe over the course of several years, and in the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat, and their presence as a food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wished to know? Yes, that was perfect, thank you. I think we've covered the main areas of interest. All that's left now is to speak with the overseer's Sokos. Such a beautiful place. I see you've completed your tour. Almost. We spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Anagoras, but I thought it would be fitting to end this visit where it began, with you, Overseer Sokos. I see. And what is your impression of the work we do here? Does attract interesting people, for sure. I'm glad we could help further your worldly education, and I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience at last. At least I hope you did. You are truly a masterpiece of creation. Only a soul bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive cognitive facilities. Were you perhaps designed to inspire others? I feel something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I have resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity, and one of Azam's no less. You have an intriguing presence, let's see. Well, back to the main quest. Or, technically, I could go there. I'ma get there eventually. The story will bring me there. Have you seen me eat anything today? Between my observational work and my writing, I've been so busy that I cannot recall if I did. Alright, how long have I been streaming? 2.5 hours. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be right back. Ah, and I'm back. I swear. He talks so much. You really have to drink water in your breaks. Oof. Okay, anyway. Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the congregation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, and allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Yo? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels are on unbroken. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you will follow me, we will first head back towards Anagoras. Ah, it's so beautiful, even at night, especially at night. Wow, I can't wait to fly here. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path northwards towards Notornoris. There, we will find one of the news which facilitate travel between the island of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have previously been granted. We only need use the device together once, and henceforth you will have leave to use it freely. Shall we? Unless the need is pressing, I won't be tracking Hermes with my ethereal sight. 'Tis poor manners to spy on someone's coming and goings in such a fashion, so don't ask. Social conventions notwithstanding, perceiving Aether requires deliberate and intense concentration, and we otherwise keep our eyes on the corporeal world. Here we are, Notanonis. This is Neos will take us to Kalamenos to Zamphos. the western island. That is right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well. An Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads or arms or legs or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Who's this? Eidolon?
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vanar, that we should meet you here.
But not.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Wow. Wow.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours.
Alternate timelines?
How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I like Vanat. Hey, one more level. One more level and I'm 90. Yes. Okay. Ah. And there I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous task of the future and this changing history that can wait. First, I mean to find out exactly who and what you hoped who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future, our future, I am definitely curious to hear more. One sec. Did I already get it? And I just didn't realize? Oh, I hear it. There you are. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with the matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal in the quick-fingered Aureus, which made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by that business with the shark. Would you like us to follow its ethereal trail? That would of course lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, even that much would be enormously helpful. Why are you hunting down the thief? While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Could I task you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading into Okadidos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Okay, just one left and 2 more quests plus the final main scenario quests, and I can fly here. I can I consider it essential to exchange ideas with my colleagues regarding my observation work. Without such external stimulation, one has a tendency to lose the forest for the tree, so to speak. I would always feel much better after taking a short respite to converse and debate with my associates. All these little things. The Asms, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight personally, but they have a habit of making him itself look as if he bit down on a sour grape. The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Asm into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brow grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. Our last search, returns, and I am afraid the Lord ES no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I don't suppose you fared any better. The crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? I have been asked to do so many times. Oh, you too. Some of us seem destined to always be searching for ourselves or for others. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azam, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need of such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet, I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Ellipsis. In fact, many times has my presence been requested, my options sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? Well, that looks pretty badass. I'm still in robes for now. Although I look much better, my arms match my spear. Word. I like this. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, 'tis time I return this stolen property. If you would go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. needn't be nervous around Banat. Those white robes make her one of fair and impartial reasoning. Aside from the emissary, Elidibus, such garb is worn only by those who have stepped down from public office to serve as advisors. Whatever you have to say, she will listen without judgment. Yes, this will be far more comfortable than interrogating you on the side of the road. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Mankind is being forced to flee to the start.
Why don't you start from the beginning? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk,
Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
That's the truth. I'm still trying to make sense of it all.
I see. Then for now, it might be best that we follow your lead and investigate he who will become Fandaniel. And if Dynamis is the selfsame energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, we would do well to learn more about it. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Shall we begin our investigations, then? I am acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Ellipsis. Of the man himself I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tired and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Metion, and I have a good idea of where we might begin. Are you quite alright? Even for a mere familiar, you appear to be suffering the most distressing dearth of ether. Do let me know if you require help, yes? There's nothing like enjoying the fresh air after being cooped up inside writing reports. Well, aren't you a doughty familiar? I'm not one for fighting myself, but if I had one such as you at my side, I would no doubt feel a great deal safer. See you the woman standing in front of you yonder building? Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Ellipsis, and from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Let us speak with Izume. You know more of this coming calamity, so I think it best that you lead the conversation. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greetings, Izume. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mr. Spinette. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? They're both kind of the same question, aren't they? I already know what kind of person Hermes is. What are his interests? His interests? Well, he is an authority of flying life forms and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? He is a quiet man, reserved you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. He is recite in nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your questions. Was there anything else? You know of his abilities. It's no secret that she is a highly unusual familiar. Of late, the chief often makes his rounds with her, like a mother then hen raising her chick. I understand that she is able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had an occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you wish you knew him better? The Chief may not be the most egregious individual, but he engages with us as is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Metreon, you could try speaking with Tiamos, another expert in the creation of flying objects. He should be conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Yo. I think we've taken enough of Izuman's time. You are a familiar, yes? Belonging to Mistress Finat, you could not have been blessed with a finer master. Our investigations is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here I propose we split up. I shall continue making inquiries with the resident observers. If you could direct on the colleague Izuman mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with the Tiamos. I will start from one side of the compound and make my way through, speaking to as many people as I can. We should have plenty to discuss upon your return. Why, hello. You're a familiar, yes? And you've come to survey the grounds of Elpis, have you? Very good. Well, if you have any pressing questions, do let me know. I will do my best to answer them. What do you do here? You want to know about me? How thoughtful. I am a taxonomist employed here at Horton Oakis, responsible for bequeathing the creations that pass through Elpis with logical yet mellifluous names. Mine is a marvelous work. I spend my days composing inspiring verses about flora and fauna. Some find these methods odd, I know, but the well of taxonomy creativity dries up rather quickly once you've seen 12 renditions of the same concept in different skins, let me tell you. Nice job. That's saving money for the developers and MMOs in general. This is Poten Okos, a place where great minds come together to not only evaluate concepts, but supply them with names. You might be wondering what the name of this place itself means, to which I say many things. However, home of those who away with words is likely the easiest for you to understand. We taxonomists express ourselves through nomenclature, after all. Okay. Fascinating, yes, simply fascinating. You don't often see a familiar show such interest in someone other than its master. Yes, I am Amos, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what is it you wish to speak about? A fellow enthusiast, are you? Well, settle in and we can discuss the finer points of the fascinating craft. My deep and abiding love of barbarian artistry can be tracked down back to when I was but a young boy, stricken by the transcendent beauty of a glorious golden feathered creature my father had designed. It was then and there that I vowed to one day surpass that masterpiece. TML's launches into a rambling and unstoppable discourse. And thus did I secure an observer's role here in Elpis, and at last realize my childhood ambition. Here the dreams I once dreamed are an everyday reality in which I find fulfillment through the research and creation of new flying life forms. An abridged recounting of events as was doubtless to your disappointment. Is there any specific part you would like me to expound upon? You were hoping for my opinion on Chief Hermes' creations, then why didn't you say so? Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and grateful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continue unabated. What sets Achieved creations apart, however, is how they benefit from its boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, otherwise, which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. I'm actually curious, why not mimic his process? What, you mean plagiarize? Now see here, when I take up the threads of creation and begin to weave, I must do so in the belief that I am giving birth to something beautiful. If in my heart I knew I was appropriating another's inspiration. TMO Summit launches into a rambling and unstoppable diatribe. And as an unconscionable, disgraceful act would be deserving of the utmost scorn. Therefore, despite my admiration for Metron as a concept, I have made a conscious effort not to delve too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Metron's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. No. Did I not just explain that was the problem? The problem I couldn't possibly circumvent conventional practice by, unless you were sharing such information in hopes of receiving a constructive opinion on the application of advanced creation techniques, then I would practically be obliged to. So you see, emphatically, I have no choice but to allow you to disclose Metion's lesser-known qualities. Dynamis and Teobliches. Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Ellipse which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things, and you know how they relate to Metron and her design. Metion and her design. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observation. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to. Got a lot of lore there. I don't even care. As I said, I have work to be getting on with. If you wish to speak more, you'll have to wait until I finish for the day. At last, you were gone so long I was beginning to wonder if you'd slipped into the stream and banged your head. or something equally unfortunate. So have you any new findings to share? I see, even an expert in the field had little understanding of Metrion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My question resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Metreon as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Let me check some. Okay. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the intentionalities which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Metion, aside from your unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Yeah, make life on other planets and such. So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning? Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perplexia Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. This tower and the one further along are both part of Perpetua Crystalline, the facility where they archive all the ellipses, observational, and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior area is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason why we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two activists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the tower, I shall join you there anon. How odd that I should suggest this approach without a second thought. You've come from a time and place that is dramatically different, yet here we are working side by side, or apart, as the situation demands. With barely a word of explanation required. No matter the centuries which separate us, we are of the same star. We share a connection, and I hope that together we might find answers, you see. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Metion. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher thrilled by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Metion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale of my dearest Garline shared with me. Ah, Garline is my partner and a fellow researcher here in Ellipsis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Metion to Heavensward, a host of them. Heavensward. For several days, she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Finat, I thought you had already returned up to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metagessos, Thalassa. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanat, even though such pursuits must continually and regrettably delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. Like, yes, I want to live. 'Tis the rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Ellipsis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Garline in person? Then allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. The other archivist said not we had already heard, but this story of Garline sounds promising. I have opened the path to the skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across next to the tower for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving at the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance to Metabastos Thalasai. Darlene will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. The tower ahead is still part of Prepertia Crystalline. We will need to ask for passage through to the upper tier. Mistress Finat just passing through? Then allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. That door leads into the Lasai, but perhaps we can trouble this person for assistance with finding Garline. Mistress Finat, I was not told to expect. We have prepared an official welcome. We would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Garline, if that might be arranged. Yes, Garline, of course, I'll inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
Some yes, some no.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Ah.
Incredible! Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us. Born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge To know the world more intimately. To hear its voice. Feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day. So very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new. And so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Absolutely.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Matea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Not bad. Always put the headgear off though. But I'm still RPing. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metia. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galeen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand on that same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Have I talked to you yet? Oh, hello there. I haven't seen you before. Did someone discreate you just recently? Or I have, actually. I'm losing it. How long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours. That's pretty long. Let me keep going, though. I might just take a break. shit. Now, if we're conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you the means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. This puppy thing again. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Yo here over to that island? Box seats. Stubborn creature, there is no place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not at all confusing that. Interesting. 'Tis clearly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two into the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? I mean, how can I refuse to fight Heidelin? Or Azim? But not. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentorium, except this Argos is pointing deadly, ignoring you. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. But I will wait a sec. And hopefully nothing will kill me here, right? I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Excuse me. Alright, I'm back to face the nut.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
How did I still get damaged by that? Oh, she is not easy. Okay. I gotta run more.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! Let neither side hold back. My blade sings!
Ah. Should've not went for the jump.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste.
Gotta run.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. yourself! We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
Fuck. One last time.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I. Prepare yourself! We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
Gotta run, gotta run, gotta run. No, 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 no. Ah. Good thing about an MMO, you can take a break doing something and do something else. Or maybe I should call it a night, I don't know. It has been 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna stop the recording here for endwalker main MSQ.